Hello, guys. I hope you can hear me just fine. So let me know whether you can see me, whether you can hear the audio, because I bought a new webcam and the audio is actually coming from there. So I have no idea whether that's decent sound quality. I can kind of mix it up. So let me know if it's like too quiet or anything like that. But so yeah, hey guys, first time that I'm going to be doing reading sprints. I have been very anxious about it. I'm very happy to see that some people are here because basically that's my nightmare. When I was imagining doing live reading sprints, I was like, but what if nobody shows up? So I'm very happy to see some people are here. So, hey, Jess, welcome. Hey, Judith, and I hope you're not mocking me for my anxiety, but yeah, I have a fear of the unknown, and this is very much unknown for me. But so yeah, I'm very happy to finally be doing it. I've been saying for like over a year that I was going to do it, but I never gathered the courage to do it. So I'm very happy to finally be doing it. I also have a friend with me, but the friend is kind of hiding because right here is one of my cats. She's lying down over there. So if you hear some purring, then that is my cats coming over through the audio. Hello, Tufty. How is the hammock? Are you still outside in the hammock? Which, by the way, aren't you being bitten by like tons of mosquitoes if you do that? Because when I go outside here, I've been bitten by like 20 mosquitoes in the one day that I spent outside or so. The pack is always here. Yes, I am kind of stealing Sasha's pack for this live show in order to have some emotional supports. Hey, Larissa. But so, yeah, what are you guys reading? So, I am going to be reading The Book of Nights by Holly Black. I started that one like earlier today. Um, so, I'm not that far in. That's my cat. So, I'm not that far in. I think I'm like on chapter 5 or something. And it was like really spur of the moment decision because I needed to cook and I needed an audiobook. So that's really the only reason why I'm listening to this. But I'm actually really enjoying it so far because I have not read any Holly Black. But I'm actually really enjoying the writing style at this point in time. It's really like fluent. So yeah, I've been enjoying that. What are you guys going to be reading? Yeah, love some cat purrs. She's actually not been feeling great, and so I'm kind of worried to some extent because she has been vomiting. So I am switching her back to the old food in the hope that it's just like a case of yeah, the food being changed and her not liking it. And I gotta say that I think both of my cats don't like the new food because when I opened up the old bag, both of them were like immediately there and like, give it to me. Hello, Buffy. Buffy does not really say hello, but in spirit, we can imagine she says so. Now, I having difficulties with the comments because of a cat. I see some reviews for that Holly Knight book that are both ends of the spectrum. Exactly. So the one thing that I think kind of works in my favor here is that I have not read any Holly Black because this is like her adult debut, so I never really had an interest in her YA. And I think she also has some middle grade stuff, but I never really had an interest in that, and so I also cannot compare it to her other works. So I'm not sure whether that's the reason. I also think some people have mentioned that it's got like a soft magic system, and that's what they don't like about it. So perhaps, but I'm not far enough in for those types of comments. But personally, at this point in time, I'm really enjoying the flow of it. It is urban fantasy, which I also don't typically enjoy all that much, or like I can enjoy, but it's never like my preference. But at the moment, I am definitely enjoying it. I am reading Children of Ruin, a bit behind on my buddy read with Twin. Ah, okay, so you guys are continuing on. That is the sequel to Children of Time, right? Yeah, it is somewhere on my immense mental one to read. It did not make it onto my physical TBR yet, but it is definitely one that I want to try out. But I haven't like seen what you guys all thought of it, so that I can kind of re-experience your buddy read for it whenever I finally get around to it. Hello, Madeleine. Yes, first prints. Yes, finally, finally. I don't know whether this is going to be a regular thing or not, but we are trying it, and so far, like, it's fine now. It's just like the unknown, which is a problem. So at this point in time, I'm no longer anxious about it. Ship of Magic by Robin Hobb, only 212 pages in, so I need to make some progress. How many does it have? I mean, I'm assuming something like 800 probably for a Hobb book. I still need to continue on with Robin Hobb. I kind of feel like I've taken such a long break from it now that I don't feel the urge anymore to pick it up, and that there are so many other fantasy books and stuff like that that are now more on my priority, more on my radar. I'm still reading The Ninth Reign. I'm at page 149 of the 532, so not even halfway. Yeah, I'm guessing you will also be extending the what is it? Kingdom Hearts readathon, because you were also reading it for that, right? I am putting my read for Kingdom Hearts on pause because it's for a secret vlog, so I was not going to be sharing that within these sprints. I will be making dinner first and then reading Buffy, A Clash of Kings, which I started today. A Clash of... That's one of the Game of Thrones ones, right? I think it's actually the one... Is it like the second or the third? I think I liked that one. I did not like the first Game of Thrones. And so I don't really know why I continued, but I'm happy I did continue past that. And so I think Clash of Kings is the ones that I started like enjoying it. I only read The Cruel Prince, but I still am interested in Book of Nights. Yeah, I don't know whether it is that people are comparing the two and that's why they having problems with Book of Night, but maybe by the end of this I'm also going to be like, okay, no, I understand why people don't like it. Because I think when I marked it as currently reading, I saw that Ashley from A Frolic to Fiction, she had just left like one comment being like yawn. So apparently she thought it was boring. So we will see. I just watched the House Salt live thing for Book of Night. What is House Salt? Because I'm not interested in it. They're very entertaining. Is it like a YouTube series type of thing? I don't know. It's yeah. It was on my radar for like it was always like tentatively on my radar, but I wasn't going to prioritize it. But then it was like on the list of like the SFF that Goodreads members have been reading the most so far this year or something like that. And yeah, I want to do a video based on that. So that's why I'm reading that. I am reading The Unspoken Name and I can reveal that I'm loving it. Okay, that's good because many people here have this on their TBR for this month. I had no idea what to expect, so I'm puzzling over some elements that have a very sci-fi feel. I'm trying to figure that out. Okay, yeah, The Unspoken Name, I, for some reason, was mixing that up, I think, with some other book, because I still kind of have it in my head that this is about orcs, but I don't think so, right? But I don't know what the book is that I'm confusing it with then. Like, there's definitely a sort of lesbian orc book that has a similar vibey cover, but, like, if you guys know it, help me out. Ship of Magic is 880 pages, so a long way to go. But you're already like a quarter of the way in, you know? So, yeah. Robin Hobb is a long ride, of course, all the time. Yes, I'm extending the Kingdom Hearts readathon too, so I'll have less pressure. Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, there's no way that I even will complete my second prompt for that within this 1 week, so I will probably also just like extend it for the entire months maybe. The second book, yes, okay. I'm loving the tail footage. Yeah. This is also kind of this this way you know how I work from home sometimes. They're not always there, but occasionally they jump on there, and then I'm trying to like read my emails for work while like a cat is fully in front of my screen. Lots of random tail swishes, yes. House Salt Book Club or something, with Marines and thoughts on tomes and some other humans. Marines, I also don't know. Thoughts on tomes, I do know. I don't remember whether I'm still subscribed. I did like a huge clearing of my subscription feed at some points to try and be able to like watch everything, which absolutely is ridiculous because that's absolutely not possible. Even when I just look at my watch later list, I have like a watch later list that was under 80 before I left on holiday, which is now like 107. But every day I add videos to it, and then I read and then I watch the amount of videos that I've added. So I just stay at the same amount every day. Oh, it is the orcs one. Okay, because it really doesn't mention anything like that on the back cover. So I was really starting to think that I was just imagining things. One of my TBR card shelves has 2 Hop and 2 Gwyn books, and it's most of the shelf. Yeah, I mean, they are pretty chunky ones. I'm starting the Unspoken Name next week. I'm so excited for it. Yeah, I really need to plan when I'm starting these things because I have the Unspoken Name and Nettle and Bone for Sasha's book clubs, and then the Goblin Emperor for Of Queens, Witches, and Valkyries. So I have 3 books that I should be reading for these types of book clubs and stuff like that. Orcs, magic, cutters, and gates. Cutters. I cannot really imagine what that means. Oh, and precursor worlds. What's a precursor world? Yeah, before something, before a cursor, but yes, they are big boys. Yep, absolutely. I recently unsubscribed from tons of channels. It feels great, like deleting emails, haha. Yeah, I was always like, I had some sort of like a FOMO for it, because there are definitely certain channels of which I would then watch a video occasionally, but like a lot of videos not. So it is definitely like difficult. And then when you're like looking for reading sprints, then at this point in time, for example, I couldn't find any reading sprints, but then I found out that there were some happening. I just didn't have those people in my subscription feeds. My watch later stresses me out. I got it under 30 for a minute and now it's chaos again. Absolutely. You just leave it alone for like a few days, or in my case now 2 weeks, and then it's just completely erupts again. I watch my YouTube subscriptions on date released order, so I'm permanently trying to catch up with real time. That's what I've been doing up until like this week. This week I decided to use this shuffle function because I feel like I never get to the bottom of that list. Or maybe you do it the other way around. You go from the bottom to the top, maybe. So I was always starting from like the top down to the bottom. So I was always watching the most recent stuff, and that's why I still have like some February TBRs in my watch later. So now I'm trying the shuffle function, and then you get like a July TBR, wrap up for April, mid-year book freakout tag. It is interesting because I have so many mid-year book freakout tags saved that this way they don't like I don't have to watch all of them one after the other. It kind of shuffles the content, of course, a little bit. I also try to watch all YouTube videos, but I'm always a bit behind with some people, and then I binge watch some again to catch up. Yeah, I kind of have them all in the background while I'm working. Yeah, don't tell my employer. Yes, oh my god, I end up spending days just watching Gavin. Gavin has way too long videos. I can't. He messes up my entire, watch time. When he releases a video that's like 2 hours long, it's like, what? That's my entire evening of YouTube watching. Exactly. Unspoken Name is an unusual book that I haven't tried before. There are ships visiting the precursor world the adventure is on at the moment, dropping off wizards and things. So, maybe like steampunk fantasy-esque? I don't know. It sounds intriguing. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, I am a genius. I I do rewatch some Gavin videos because of the cute kittens. Yes, they are so wholesome together. Absolutely. Like the video, kitten energy is just the best energy, you know. A friend of mine also just got kittens. She was also saying that she was supposed to like keep them calm after their castration. And she's like, yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to keep kittens calm. Everyone is excited for Babel. So I've been calling it Babel. And apparently there are two pronunciations depending on whether you're US or UK or what. And I actually think that what I'm saying is apparently the UK version, though I feel like it sounds US. You know? Babel, the Tower of Babel. I'll just go for the Dutch for now, Babel. That's it. There, now you've watched all the mid-year texts. True. I will say something else in mine, but I haven't filmed mine yet. But Babel is my second most anticipated release. I need to watch Gavin's latest vlog or video, and it's 51 minutes. Is that the one that has like a weird word in the title that I don't know what it refers to? That's like an easy way for me to eliminate this from my want to watch lists. So Gavin, as I see that Judith already said, is from the channel How to Train Your Gavin. He's a really funny guy. You know, if you haven't checked out one of his videos yet, you definitely need to do so. He definitely has like some like themed vlogs that are really interesting, and that like he will read like entire series in a full vlog and discuss all of them. So those videos end up being super long, but he's such a funny guy that, you know, it never starts to drag. You know, you can watch a 2-hour video by Gavin and it will be pure entertainment. I've been saying it like Babel because that's how I'd say the Tower of Babel. Yeah, I always thought you'd say the Tower of Babel, but apparently in the US you say Babel, which to me sounds opposite. Yeah, that. It's boy loves smut. Boy loves smut manga. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably won't watch that because I don't care too much about manga, and that's just too long of a video. Babel was my answer to next to Upgrade. Ah, yeah, by Blake Crouch. I didn't even know that one was coming until I saw G's video. I'm excited for the third book in the Children of Time series. Yeah, November or so, I think, right? His Cheetah Girls reading vlog, though, is fucking genius. I don't think I've seen that one because I don't really know the Cheetah Girls. Like, I think this is past my time, I would like to say. I have seen his Mamma Mia vlogs, and I absolutely love those. 20-30 minutes is a comfortable time for an episode for me. I sometimes have to come back to the longer ones, and I worry I'm messing up YouTube stats by showing people bailing from the episode earlier. To be fair, I never check my YouTube stats because they're just depressing, but I often land in the 20-30 minute mark, but I would like to go lower. I actually myself prefer videos that are like between 15 and 20 minutes. Yes, both of those are very, yeah, so the Upgrades and Babel. His bookshelf building video was also fun. I don't remember if I saw that one. Hype for Children of Memory, but I have to wait even longer for the paperback. This is why I've given up on these things, because I waited like, I don't know, a year and a half for Oathbringer, I believe it was, to come out in the mass market paperback. And then it still hadn't come out. It was still, no, I waited a year because I was like, okay, a year after the release of the hardcover is usually when like the small paperback comes out. No, it's not. It took like a year and 8 months, I think, for Oathbringer, and so that's when I was like, okay, no, I'm switching editions. He sings a song and puts himself into the Cheetah Girls movies. Laughed so hard it hurt. Yeah, so it's like his Mamma Mia vlog. Does video editing time go up with longer episodes? Yeah, I mean, definitely, because, you know, you have to get through more raw footage in order to cut out all the wrong crap. And then the final stage of video editing, or at least I always end up still doing that, is proofing the video. So watching it from beginning to end, which of course, the longer you keep your video, the longer you have to go through. Yes, that too. I feel like I need to dedicate a whole year for Tchaikovsky's backlog. Lol. Yeah, I will first of all, and that's Buffy once again making an entrance. I will first of all, um, what was I going to say? Tchaikovsky. I will check which whether I like Children of Ruin before I do that. Tchaikovsky pumps the books out. He's another one of those, but I have yet to pick up his entire backlog. You're buying every book. You're a crazy book supporter. By the way, thank you so much for the books that you gifted me. I may have had a mishap with the filming of the unboxing, but the video is coming next week. Because there are so many books, Jude is a machine. Jude, nice pronunciation. Did you see the video where he sang "My Heart Will Go On"? Brilliant. I mean, he's always doing stuff like that. Hey, Buffy. Yeah, I got her a cooling blanket, and it's actually the first time that I see her sitting on it, so I'm very happy to see that. But okay, we've been talking already for 20 minutes now, so I think it's time for me to figure out how to share my screen and set up a timer because this will be the first time. Okay, so share screen. Yes, share screen. Nope, tab. That tab. Share. I don't know. Wait, this is confusing. Okay, yeah, you guys are seeing it. Okay. So let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Reading. Okay, hey guys. So, how did you all do? I got exactly 2 chapters in. Like, it really was exactly 40 minutes. Like, I think there was like 1 second difference in there. And I don't know. Like, I still like the writing style, but there is quite a lot of how do you say it, exhibition in there. So there's a lot of explaining, but I actually quite like the world in here, or like the magic system, because it's urban fantasy, so it's like our world more or less, but like it's shadow magic, and I don't understand the magic fully yet, but it is definitely interesting. It's like people stealing people's shadows or like selling their shadows. So that aspect to it is interesting. And I kind of like something happened at the end of this chapter. So maybe we are finally getting like the real action, the real plot point. But so yeah, how did you guys do? I'm going to go and look for where I was in this chat. Think here. Now I don't even remember what this refers to. Wait, okay, yeah, to one of Gavin's videos. Yeah, I mean, that's the case with all of Gavin's videos. You cannot expect anything because all the unexpected stuff happens. And of course, Buffy is also back now. So, do you signal to your editing self that there is an edit required by waving your arms or some other signal? No, I sometimes speak to my editing self, as you know, but usually I am too frustrating during filming with like not finding the words for it. But for my editing self has to solve a lot of things. But I don't have any messages to my editing self in the video. It would be funny, quite actually, to signal something to your editing self. Hello, Sasha. So how is Yalk? Like, because today was like the big day of Yalk, right? So were there a lot of people there? Did you get to see a lot of people? And how was the Patreon meetup? Aha, the boxes arrived. Yes, they definitely did. Um, and so I will have some potentially some unboxing footage, but without any audio because technology. Hello, Sasha. Sasha. Yeah, providing the technical support. Very much appreciated. Tech support. Hello, hello. Professional sprinting, if you say so. My 3, 2, 1. Actually have quite difficulties with a tree. I always do it with my thumb because I find it way too difficult to do it with your other fingers. Ahoy, then me. Hello, Rosie. Just popping by to say hi. My Starbucks and Subway is arriving any minute now. Oh, Starbucks. Coffee is priority. Yeah, I just finished mine in the sprints because I went to a wedding last night, and so I was up until 3 a.m. And so I was very much struggling before this live show. I'm still alive here only because I have like 10 large coffee every day. I'm feeding on them. Okay. Is that English? Sure. Whatever works, Queen Wolf. I support your caffeine binge. I cannot speak anymore. I'm turning into a roasted turnip. I can imagine. It is hot out in my hammock, so it is like 6:30 there, right? So yeah, I'm imagining that you still have sunlight out, and so yeah, I can imagine if it's anything like the temperature here. I went out like twice today, and that was more than enough. It is so hot indeed. And the end of the sprint, I did not know what was coming. It's like you're exiting an elevator or like at the airport or something like that. So I'm sat back in the shade as I'm being baked alive in my hammock. Sure. Needy kitty. Yes. She's always a very needy kitty. I read 25 pages of The Ninth Rain and it has move. And it has aliens. So it's aliens. Really? Okay. Like I actually don't know anything about it except for its cover, but I assumed it was something more like dragon-esque. Do not sit on my keyboard. In case anything just went horribly wrong on the stream, then we will blame Buffy. I got coffee and a snack and was too distracted, I'm guessing. Lol. I read like 10 pages. Yeah, I must say that like my first reading sprints hosting, I was also way too distracted to fully pay attention. So like the first chapter, I hope nothing too important happened in it. I took a shower and being like, do I really need to get ready to go for that drink? It is hot. You guys are still going for drinks now? I mean, it is an hour earlier there, of course. 10 pages and gave my needy cat some attention. Yes, I am doing the exact same thing. I had a dinner sprint, pasta, chickpea, feta salads. Sounds amazing. In the unspoken name, I keep reading things that hint at stuff that leaves me curious, then pages later, something gets mentioned that confirms my much earlier thought. The ships are fascinating me. We'll have to get back to you once I've read it. Big day. So many people everywhere. It was wild. They blocked the entrance at one point because they sold more tickets than the venue capacity, if that makes sense. Yeah, I saw they tweeted something about like changing the floor plan because of how long the queues have been the day before or something like that. So that's a little bit weird that they aren't aware. Or like, I mean, the queuing, sure, it could be, but like that you're selling more than the capacity, especially in these days. But it is good. Overwhelming, but fun. And the meetup was nice too. Yeah, I saw a picture. This is, I think, my second ever sprint. Thank you. These things are unusual experiences to be sharing a reading slot with others around the world. Indeed, like in all of these sprints, you always see like people from very different places. You know, it's so weird to be reading with people from like the UK, the US, and then other European countries. I don't think we have an Australian or somebody from Asia in here, but we're already sharing two continents, which is also amazing. Reminds me of one of the places I lived in college. 600 parking spaces, and yet they sold 800 parking passes. I mean, to be fair, you are probably not there at the same time all the time, but still, like, yeah, it can cause problems, of course. 6:36 UK time, and the sun has just drifted past the hammock spot, so it will be cooler for my next session in it. Sure. It is 6:30, but we were supposed to meet at 8 p.m. our time. Reservation made for 25 people at a rooftop bar, but that will be amazing. It'll be such a lovely memory. Yes, I'm being vague about the unspoken name because spoilers, obviously. Your updates are making me even more excited to get to that book. My God, I mean, I could have done a better job as an event organizer. Well, maybe you should just like offer your services, Sasha. Be like, hey, you need somebody for next year. I can absolutely make this go way more smoothly. So you are judging. You are allowed to judge. We need to start building in tail space in our comments. I only knew Yalk was on because an author I follow, LL McRae, is attending, though I tend to swerve YA as I'm too old for it. Yeah, that's why, like, the only reason why I was interested in going to Yalk was because of all the creators who are going. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is an author there that I'm interested in, because I haven't actually checked out which authors were going to be there neither. Our time being UK time now, yes, on the other side there. A rooftop party, indeed. It is mostly fantasy, no dragons so far, but who knows, there are multiple creatures. Yeah, it's been one that was on my radar, but like, as will be clear when you guys see my book haul, I am like, I can keep books in my brain that I'm excited about, and I've forgotten everything about it. Like, only remember that I was excited about it, but I have no memory about why the hell I was excited about a book. I saw that they booked the rooftop during sprints. It's not only YA, there's plenty of adult and middle grade. I have to say that I don't remember who it was, but they shared a picture of like the pile of books that they had acquired. I'm guessing the pile of arcs. And they had an arc on there for Yellow Face by R.F. Kuang, which is coming out in 2023. And I didn't even know it was a possibility. I knew that the Babel arc was going to be there, but like Yellow Face, I just got denied for that arc on NetGalley because of my very poor feedback ratio. But I'm very, very annoyed about the fact that that arc is there. Not really annoyed, but I'm like, what? That's also there. I basically would go there for the books. Plus, there's this like, I think it was Yalk themselves who shared it, like the possibility to have custom sprayed edges on your book. That looked so amazing. No problem. I was surprised. I don't really remember what this comment is about, but I have FOMO of meeting the people, not really the books and authors. Sure. Yeah, no idea how many people does Yalk have the capacity for. But it shares it with like Comic Con, but they were like separate tickets, so I'm guessing that they could keep control over the amount of people, that way. I don't know whether maybe people from Comic Con can move over to Yalk. But to be fair, the Comic Con is way more interesting than the Yalk part. Okay. Yeah, but that's like movie fan bases, I'm guessing, or like maybe a little bit wider, maybe also like, I don't know, comics and stuff like that. I went to an event at I think the same place the one in New York is held. Holy shit, there were a lot of people. I was just there to buy a cheap nail polish. Babel Arc, it is a joke. So many people applied for it, and there will be only be one winner. Okay, well, that person will be super lucky. I bought the Iron Crown directly from LL McRae, but I did not want it signed. Am I odd? So not desperate to meet the authors. I have to confess, I don't like crowds. Yeah, the crowd aspect is definitely. It was actually quite nice when we went to the signing in Paris because yeah, it was like a super small bookstore, and there were like, it was crowded because of the fact that it was super small bookshop, but there were maybe like 20-25 people queuing there, so you didn't really have that feeling of overwhelming amount of people that you were in contact with. But the Iron Crown, that's not what I'm imagining, because there is some sort of a translated fantasy series that has just received a second book, and I think it also has something with iron in the title. No idea, but they expect 3,000 for Yelk over the weekends. Okay, you can go to both, yeah. Comic Con as well, yeah, that does sound busy. There were like a lot of concerns in advance with Yalk about the floor plan that they were sharing. And Comic Con is huge. I've never been to any type, because I think we have one in Brussels as well, but I would be surprised if that's actually worth it. Movies, comics, mangas, Pokemons, plushies, candies, rings, so many things. A good way to lose all your money. That make me think of the short Jess Owens posted of getting a Babel arc. Ha ha ha. Love her lol. Yeah, those just give me major FOMO. I guess I have more FOMO for receiving the arcs for Babel and the first binding than I do for Yelk, actually. No, Comic Con's way more what? I don't remember what I said there. People? I have no memory, people. It is huge. Okay, yeah. The Iron Crown is an SPFBO finalist. It's definitely not the one that I was imagining then. I only met Karen Slaughter once because she came to my local bookshop. Yeah, I mean, I've only met Jen Lyons and Shelley Parker Chan. I know, I also met Jonathan Safran Foer, because he came to Leuven for the release of his newest book. I was going to go to PAX once 15 years ago. I'm assuming that's also some sort of a convention, right? Never going to happen nowadays. Oh, but Foire de Livre or Made in Asia. That's some sort of manga thing then, I'm guessing. In Belgium are so much bigger. Like Foire de Livre is like 70K, 80K people every year. Yeah, I don't know, like, because we also have the Boekenbeurs, which is the Dutch one. I don't know how many people go there, but with that one, it's just not that interesting because there are like two English stands or something in the entire thing. So probably the same for like Foire de Livre. I'm guessing it's also mainly French. Comic Con has way more people. Yeah, definitely. I had never met authors, but meeting some now through work events, which is super cool. Recently started a job at a publisher. I become super shy though. Like I barely like dare to talk to them almost. I cannot imagine that many people at a show. Yeah, I don't like I would need to see like the space to imagine how crowded that is because I'm automatically imagining something super crowded. But if you have like a giant space, it might be okay. But for example, the Boekenbeurs, which is our sort of like book fair, that is way too many people most of the times. When I was still a student, we could kind of go through the week, and that was fine. But I think it's also usually in like school holidays, so it would still be like a humongous amount of people. I've heard from people who went to my Comic Con that it's just so smelly because so many people are in one place and no thank you. That reminds me of a tweet I saw yesterday about somebody who was asking how to get the smell of of his shit out of his gaming chair. So I don't know what gamers do, but that's apparently a tweet that I came across. Did you manage to squeak out a few words to Jen Lyons and Rebecca Chan? Yeah, it was Shelley Parker Chan. So to Jen Lyons, yes. I mean, also to Shelley Parker Chan, but to Jen Lyons, yeah, I told her that like I brought my favorite book of her series to sign, and then she was also saying that that was her favorite as well, and that she had much fun writing some of those scenes. And so I had a little bit of a conversation with her with Shelley Parker Chan. I was just like, yeah, it was one of my favorite books of the year, blah blah blah. But just being like a total fangirl. Yeah. And no thank you. Yep. No thank you to smelly places, and especially not those types of smell. Way too many humans in one place, little hard pass. Yeah. I don't have I been in a crowded space recently? I mean the airport, but um no, I don't think so. But I might go to like a movie quiz, an outside movie quiz, but sometimes there are like humongous crowd showing up for those things. Yeah. Maybe I should do that. My favorite is the third one, which for some Memory of Souls. Memory of Souls is my favorite because of certain fun scenes around the middle of the book. But I also really love The House of Always. And actually, I was there with Sarah from Voyage of Words, and so she brought House of Always because that's her favorite one in the series. A pub is weird, but like not all pubs are super crowded, right? Or maybe maybe it is different because I know there's a lot more of a pub culture in the UK than there's like a bar culture with us. But so yeah, I am caught up. Probably not in a few seconds when the next comments are going to be showing up. But so I don't. I think We've talked again for a decent amount of time, so we can do another sprints. I didn't say it earlier, but yeah, I set them to 40 minutes. If you want more, if you want less, definitely let me know, and I can of course adapt them. 40 is sort of like my golden amount of time, not too long, not too short. I need to get back to Memory of Souls, but so many. You didn't continue because you were. I were you trying to stay on track with Sada and me for that? But the Memory of Souls is so amazing. But yeah, I know that now you're trying to continue, like trying to keep pace with the Howling Pack, which is also what I'm going to be trying to do now. Yes, enjoy. Say hi from all of us to whoever you are meeting. But yeah, I'm assuming the usual suspects. Enjoy the sprints. We will. The name of all things is really that's interesting because that's like the least favorite for the most people, I think. And for me, it's also my least favorite, though I definitely enjoyed it more upon reread, and I do appreciate it. But like, it would be like my least favorite, I think, just because there's no rate almost in there. I support even numbers. Even numbers. You're gonna have to explain that one to me. In terms of how long we're sprinting, maybe? Tweet pictures if you can. Sure. Have fun, Sasha. Yes, I could not keep up with you too. Yes. It is definitely like this month I wanted to pick up whatever I want, and so I'm still gonna do that. But like the fact that I have those 3 book club reads to some extent is like it's an obligation. But I'm like, no, 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 I chose this obligation. I need to just constantly remind myself of that. I mean, have fun, sure. The Name of All Things is my favorite so far. Yeah, you only read 2, but still, I would have out of those 2, I would say that The Rune of Kings was my favorite. I just need to read really need to read Rune of Kings one day. Absolutely. I have it in its sequel on my shelves. So what's stopping you? The 10,000 other books you want to read, probably. But so, time to read some more. So, sharing the screen again. Okay, don't show me this thing again. Share Microsoft Edge. Where are you? Did I close it? No. There you are. Again, no. Wait. I was supposed to do the I was supposed to do the 3, 2, 1. So, another announcement. How are we all doing? So, I think I listened to a little bit more than 2 chapters in this one, but I also was combining something because I was making this little dinosaur. I mean, it isn't done yet, so I'm close to being done with it. But yeah, that's what I was doing because in the first sprints, I was playing some games on my phone while listening to the audiobook, but after a while that comes kind of boring. So I was like, okay, I want to make something, and then I remembered that I still have this little dinosaur lying around. So that's what I've been doing. I will continue in the next sprints. We have Fates as well over there on the um, cooling pads, which basically just looks like a ball of black fur rather than a cat, but okay. So let's see where we were. I think here, having a full cover. Yeah, I mean, I walk myself through what I'm doing clearly. Attention, passengers. If you are traveling to Toronto, Canada, please go to Gate X. Please secure all luggage in overhead compartments. Love the announcement music. Yes, I cannot choose it. I think like I saw some people and I thought they were using this timer as well, and they could like change so many things about it. And whereas I can only change like the amounts of the time. So, but maybe that's just because like maybe there's a premium version, or maybe they just had another timer. Maybe I just remember wrong. Bye bye, Sasha. I mean, you're already gone, but bye. It does have a nice ring to it. It's calming, like a while. Like I don't hear it that much recently anymore, but for a very long time, people were always like, when you come back after a sprint, like psst, trying to be as quiet as possible, not to disturb people or not to scare people. The announcement ring is actually quite nice for that. A thought just ran through my head. How does Sasha manage to do all the things at once, at a convention and simultaneously on a live stream earlier? Top level multitasking. Exactly. I mean, I've seen some other people also like pop in for live streams. I'm guessing it's just like it's some of these quiet moments in which you're just like in your room to kind of recover for a little bit from the busyness that is Yalk, because in any case, if I were to do something like that, like to go to a convention like that with all of these creators and so many people that you're bumping into and meeting up with, I would definitely still need my me time. I don't do well like constantly being with other people. And actually, that was ideal about my holiday in Madeira because in Lisbon we shared a room, but we were only there for like 3.5 days. But then in Madeira we had a separate bedroom, so we would eat together and all of those things. And then after dinner we would usually watch something like either a movie or a few episodes, or we'd play a game. But then we would just like both go to our own bedrooms and kind of round off the day that way, to like me reading, she watching something else, but that way we still had like enough, you know, distance from one another to still have, our own me time, because both of us live alone, so we're very much used to living alone and doing stuff by ourselves. And also curious how you, BB is that my new nickname, deal with being live on the intertubes with strangers like myself being able to peer in and watch. It's quite an odd but interesting. It's quite an odd but interesting thing. Not one I could do for sure. I mean, I have been on sprints before. Like I've been a guest on Sasha's Patreon sprints, so it is not the first time for me. Of course, this one will, I guess, be saved on my channel afterwards, so it could be rewatched by people who I don't know at all. Whereas with Patreon, I know all the Patreons, so it is a little bit different, of course. But I am a little bit used to it now, just from having had that experience at least 2 times or 3 times on Sasha's channel already. 2 crows are squabbling in a nearby tree. I mean, crows make a hell of a lot of noise, so I guess you have some background Distractions, probably more likely. I saw a crow argument once. Two of them hopping on some wires, yelling at each other. It was a pretty long argument too, lol. Very persistent birds, I suppose. Well, what is like the adjective, like the group name for them? Is it, for some reason I want to say an argument of crows, or no, like a murder of crows. Is that the way you say it? It is like an interesting one for crows, I think. They lit their lantern and took their first steps into the hollow, and that's where I got to. Exciting. Interesting. I read 23 pages of A Clash of Kings, slowly getting back into all the different POVs. Yeah, I mean, that's with Game of Thrones, there's just an immense amount of POVs. And then the POVs for me was still pretty okay, but then you have all those other characters, all of those knights and stuff like that. Um, that at some point I was just like, wait, am I supposed to care about this person who just died? Because I don't remember who they are. I love the little dino. Yeah, I'm loving how it's turning out, but I gotta say my finger is kind of hurting because it does take quite a lot of pushing to get these things into place, and so I've, I'm sure my fingers will have like prints of imprints of these little wooden boards. These two crows were screaming at each other. Fate the floof. Yes, yes. I think she has like a nick. I forget exactly what the nickname is, but like the colleague of mine who feeds them when I'm away, he calls her something like Fluffy McFlufferson or something like that. I read 10 pages of The Ninth Reign and put my son to bed and read a Miffy book, Ninja, all the way. Favorite dinosaur, I'll go Triceratops. I mean, I'm just gonna be super basic and say the T Rex just because I always liked the T Rex in Jurassic Park. And the T Rex saves the day at the end of every single Jurassic Park movie, so cannot go wrong with a T Rex. Plus, it's all those nice little comics where, there's like, I cannot reach my super tiny hands. My one's too lost to say, lol. I'm not a big Triceratops fan. I think it is because of, like, what is it called? Land Before Time, I think in English. Like, I was a big fan of, yeah, what is his name in English? Platsfoot. So the Brachiosaurus, I guess. And I did not really like the Triceratops in that one. I hit one of those lines where someone makes a decision and it said he couldn't know at the time just what was writing on the decision. So ominous. Oh yeah, you're talking about the parallel between both of you hitting interesting parts of your books. I read with music. From time to time, I really don't understand how the connection between my brain and my mouth works because there are so many times in which my mouth will completely mispronounce something, even though I know how to pronounce it. I read with music on headphones, so I pop back to my picnic bench when I know the timer is about to expire. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, uh, when I'm not on, then I'm also often like away from it. Like a lot of times when Sasha is doing them, I'm actually cooking. So then I'm also like trying to run back in time. I love ominous quotes like that. They're the good place to end, not really. Right, so good lol, they know how to keep us turning pages, of course. A murder of crows, yeah. A murder of crows. So ominous. I can read in my hammock until 9 p.m. GB time during the summer before it gets too dark. Then I swap to booktube at my picnic bench. Yeah. Uh, Outside, I mean, I can go to the park, I guess, to read. But I just really cannot deal with the heat very well. So very early on, I will already have to kind of like go back inside and look for the shade. I made a wall plaque from clay in primary school that has a triceratops on it. I still have it on my wall to this day, a few years later. Oh yeah, that's like your connection then, you made it back then, and so it will always have like a special meaning to you. The Triceratops as a result. Diplodocus, is that like the one with like the heavy, the hard head? Diplodocus. I need to look it up. Diplodocus. I know. Yeah, it's the one that I kind of confuse with brachiosaurs and those types. Ominous quotes without containing spoilers, of course. Mosquitoes not an issue here, fortunately. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I have like still mosquito bites from Lisbon and Madeira. I was quite lucky because like the friend I was with there, she's like a mosquito magnet. So whenever we were sitting out or like even like the mosquitoes coming in, they would always like bite her instead of me. Except for one day, one of them ended up in my bedroom without where she of course was not, and so that's when I got stung all the time because there was no more choice between this tempty blood of my friend and my second rate blood apparently. I was very tempted to get the Dinosaur book Sasha mentioned on a recent episode of her TV show. Yeah, there are definitely some dinosaur books that I would like. I think what I want first is like the Rise and Fall of a Dinosaur, which is like a nonfiction um, about dinosaurs. But I think it's like, it's not one that contains pictures of every type of dinosaur or something like that. It's more a generalist type of book. But yeah, I think I want that one. But there's also like a super beautiful dinosaur book that Sasha and I saw when she came over to Leuven, but we saw it like in Dutch, but it also exists in English. So show. So I might be interested in that one. But yeah, not immediately. I think I still have other stuff that I want to buy. I am always the most delicious to bugs. No matter how much bug spray and other shit I pile on, they love me, lol. Just such a tasty little bite, Jess, clearly. Mosquitoes buzz around with a high pitched whine at night. I have to hunt them down if they get into my bedroom at night, so I keep the lights off and read with my backlit Kindle. Fair enough. I mean, I cannot say. I was gonna say I don't open my windows. That's not true because when I came back from Madeira, like the inside temperature was like 26 degrees in my apartment. So I have been opening up my windows. But the one night in which I kept them open in my bedroom, I woke up in the middle of the night having to sneeze uncontrollably because of my allergies. So in the bedroom, at least, it's like an airtight fortress, no mosquitoes getting in there. They love my scrawny little ankles. Super delicious, I guess. Well, clearly. Too hot with windows closed. Yeah, I get you. It is definitely hot, hot, hot. Like, I don't have anything covering me anymore. And the pajama is already too much, actually. But yeah. Um, but yeah, it is definitely too hot from time to time. But I'm actually also somebody who can quite deal with that. A friend of mine always needs to have the window open, but I am actually quite okay with keeping the windows closed. And I guess that's also just because of that same reason. Because when we were on holiday, once it's a different friend, but when we were on holiday, she was like opening the windows, and then I, in the middle of the night, get these sort of like sneeze attacks. So it's clear why I have learned to sleep with the windows closed. We'll be hitting 30 degrees Celsius early next week. I will melt. I hope we aren't, but if the UK is, there's a big chance this is also happening here. Like, I think when we left for Lisbon, it was like 35 that day. I was very happy to go. Like, people were like, "Yeah, oh no, you're going to Lisbon and Madeira. It's so warm there." It's like, we're going to a decent temperature. Nothing is as excessive as the 35 it was in Belgium at that point in time. But I think that there's another heat wave coming here as well, which I'm not looking forward to. Yeah. I'm too hot above 80 degrees. I can do a little bit over 18 degrees. Think like 22, 23, that's still fine, I guess. But like going over 25, that's a problem for me. Buffy is very eager to join this sprinting session. But so yeah, I'm up to date with the comments. But oh, as she is checking out the dinosaur, which you guys unfortunately cannot see. But so, which is also fine because depending on where this webcam would be, you would now have a very nice close-up shot of Buffy's private parts, which luckily we are not sharing online now. So my two floofs are in the screen now. Faith is also having her wash up. Cat noises in the background are a highlight of BookTube episodes. Well, I was actually quite happy. So, like the first 5 days, I think, when I was back from Madeira, Buffy was in her quiet state. She's always quiet when I return because she's like anxious, and so she's like very happy to see me back. But then she's like quietly just licking me and just like being close to me at all the time. But she is no longer her sassy self. But the sassy self returned like 3 days ago or something when she started making her noisy, annoying meowing sounds again. 21 degrees is perfect for me, I think that says. I can see it as well on that side of the screen, which is way easier for me to see. The meowing, yes, and now she's like pushing stuff over with her tail. It's supposed to be like 95 here midweek. That's about 34 degrees Celsius. 34, yeah. That's horrible. Yeah, I really don't like the heat at all. I sometimes feel like I'm allergic to it, but I'm guessing that's not the case. It's just that my allergies happen to be stronger in this type of weather. But so I'm always like, ugh, it's allergies, and it's once again when it's super hot. But so yeah, I'm going to have to start a sprint here before this one here disrupts my entire desk area and destroys my dinosaur. But so yeah, another sprint. I'm going to be finishing this dinosaur. Then I think it's like the final sprint in which I'm going to be reading Book of Night. I'll switch over to another book in the next one because I'm getting a little bit tired of this book at this point in time. Not tired, but just a little bit tired of continuing on with this story. Um, I used to like summer, but I think I was wrong. I think when I was a child, I also liked it. I don't remember disliking it, but yeah, we change, we become old. I have to hop off now. Thanks for the sprints and chats. Thank you for joining. It was very nice to have you here. So glad Fate. Please, Fate, please behave. So yeah, quality content, guys. Quality content. My hammock beckons. Yes, definitely. Go and read some more in the hammock. So yeah, I am going to start another sprint. Need to Buffy. Come on. Share screen. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying this out loud before Jess will mock me again. All right. No, that's not what I want to do. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. So I was just interrupted at the onset of a smutty scene in Book of Nights. So that's the kind of mood that I'm currently in now. But so yeah, how you guys been doing? I kind of finished the Dinosaur, but this thing definitely needs to go in way deeper. But my fingers are hurting too much now. So hopefully I can push it in further tomorrow. But like I made many attempts, but it's just painful right now to even contemplate. But so yeah, how was your reading section? Something happened in Book of Night that's actually quite interesting, and so we'll see how where we get what's going to happen next. It's still somewhat unclear to me what the overarching story is, but I'm rolling with it. It's fine. But so I think we were somewhere around Fate licking her butts. Jess is always noticing the good stuff. Cat chaos, sure. Yeah, they jumped on my desk a little bit more. Fate is now next to me. Buffy, sadly, had another little moment in which she was throwing up. I cannot. Can I? Wait. Can I get this comment down again? Well, I cannot get the webcam further. Now we just have webcam chaos because of what I just did. So putting it back, and of course now it won't stay in the correct position. So where was I? Cat chaos. Yeah. Yeah. It's a loving sort of mocking always. I do the same. You guys just don't know it. All right, it's good to know, Jess. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, so I was so excited about finishing up this Dinosaur that it took me like 8 minutes or so before I realized that I wasn't actually combining it with the audiobook. So I was just only doing the Dinosaur. So I'm reading The Unspoken Name for Sasha's Howling Pack book club, and I'm making sure I finish in time by starting early. I hope I can remember all of my thoughts for her live show at the end of the month. Exactly. That's like the sort of like dilemma, you know. So I also have 3 books that I need to read for book clubs. Now, the book club for of Queens, Witches, and Valkyries does not have a live show. So you just go through the Discord, and so per a number of chapters, there's like a channel available, and so you talk about the book in that channel then. So that way, that one I can read anytime I want to, even after a month. But that one doesn't have a live show, so I can share my thoughts while I'm going through it. But for The Unspoken Name, indeed, and Nettle and Bone, which have live shows pretty close to one another, it's kind of the what do I do type of thing, because if I leave everything to the end of the month, I might not have enough time, and otherwise I might not have the memory for it. But so yeah, definitely more prudent to start in time, of course. But yeah, maybe take some notes, write some notes down as you're going along. In any case, for me at least, usually when these live shows are happening and people are discussing the books, that's when like my memory gets triggered and I start to remember, like, ah, yeah, right, so that what was happening, and then I can like discuss it from that point on. So normally the live show will kind of trigger your memory as you're going along as well. Sasha has a form to fill out somewhere. If you didn't want to submit it, you could always use it for yourself to take notes. Yeah. Also, I haven't checked out any of the live shows because of the potential for me to one day read these books and then want to watch the live show once I've read them. But I know that indeed since like 2 months or so, she's using some sort of a form so that you can discuss certain points that are in that form, and then she kind of gathers the um, notes that people have written in that form. Continuing the fun theme of vague, spoiler-free, ominous quotes, he gestured to the rows and rows of tombs. You can have a good old-time corpse-fondling party down there. Right, so we're looking forward to The Unspoken Name, I'm guessing. In my book, there's currently something wrong with her shadow. Ominous. I skimmed the smutty scenes. I mean, it is like there's only 1 minute left in this chapter, so I'm pretty sure that either she wants smuts and he does not want smuts, or it's just gonna be a fade to black scene. There's already been a sort of like smutty scene, but it was indeed just a fade to black scene. I spent that whole sprint chatting about my order from Barnes and Noble with someone who might be a real human, but also might have been a bot. There's always that risk on the internet, but we would love to talk about your Barnes and Noble order. What did you order, Jess? My dudes in my book are on an adventure. The story is very sequential. One part leads to the next, very straightforward, but I am into it. Obviously, we love ourselves a good story. Is it like super fast paced then as well? I'm guessing. 33 pages this time. I passed the 300-page mark at least. I mean, 33 pages in a hop, because yeah, you have a pretty quick reading pace in general, right? So 33 pages in 40 minutes for me would not be possible. Definitely not in a hop. Or my non order since it didn't go through. Sigh, waiting for a replacement discount codes to order things properly. I was doing the discount code even. That's like even more annoying. Sentient Barnes and Noble bot. As so, okay, in my mind, you were just like, super excited about your Barnes and Noble order, and we're talking to some sort of stranger on the internet about it. I read 20 pages of The Nine Train, and I love the characters. One day, as BB knows, I buy too many books. Yep, but that's nice. I mean, you're supporting the authors, and if you have the space, that's perfectly fine. And the mental capacity, because for me, they just give me too much guilt. I had a nice 15% off code that's an entire book, lol. Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to join one read along per month, so I hope to keep up. 2 read alongs a month was just a little bit too much, and I gradually fell behind. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I've only done the read along for A Chorus of Dragons. I think that is the only read along that I've ever joined. So I always had, and most months I have no read alongs. So I always had that one. And so now that I'm free from the TBR, I was like, oh, finally I can join Of Queens, Witches, and Valkyries. And then I was like, maybe I should also try the Howling Pack now. And then the Wolfie read is not every month, so that's fine. And Nettle and Bone is also quite small, so it's fine. But yeah, maybe this is a very short-lived experience, and maybe after 2 months I'm like, I cannot do 2 read-alongs a month. We will see. I'm chuckling away at your reading of my ominous quote, Lil, like my dramatic interpretation. I tried to order a whole bunch of sequels. I was being good, trying to finish series before I forget or have to reread. Ah, understandable. Like almost everything that I bought in my book haul is a new series. So, I mean, I completed the Poppy War trilogy, and I bought the sequel to another series, but all other books are first books in series, so that does not bode well for the amount of ongoing series I will have on my list. Do you ever do audiobooks on speaker and find things get get awkward when it sits smut on? If I do it on speaker, it will be here in the apartment, and so it's just between me and my phone. I actually had them on speaker earlier because my headphones need to be recharged, and I didn't. And so when I was cooking, I had it all loud, but it's just between me and my cats, I guess. But I mean, they lick their butt in front of me, so there is no awkwardness between us. I'm loving finishing complete series at the moment, but I need to read a different book in between. Yeah, so I also really like quickly going through a series, not in one go, but I do like having them in like consecutive months. So that's also why I'm gonna probably read The Burning God next month, because I have read The Dragon Republic now, so that I can immediately be done with that series then, and still have The Dragon Republic fresh in my mind. Um, And you know, otherwise I have to like reread the books again because I don't have a great memory. So, you know, if I were to take too long between, then I always need to reread. However, I do want to get to the point where I'm reading books as they're being released, and then I will have that problem again because then I will be reading my series as they're just about to come out and wait again, you know. So it's a mixed bag. I do like doing that, but on the other hand, I don't want to wait with series until they're fully published. I'm actually surprised to hear you don't do many read-alongs. Read-alongs, no, but that's also very much because of my TBR Zero project, because read-alongs would mean a month's of commitment to it. So I really debated with A Chorus of Dragons originally whether I wanted to do it or not. But then I was like, yeah, now's the time because a new one is getting published and then I can be on schedule with it. And I just had a lot of FOMO for it. So I ended up doing it. But a lot of times I'm like, no, don't do it. You need to buy the books that adds to your TBR. Then you need to take all that time to read them. The one that I'm mostly uh, the one that I mostly regret not having joined is the Elderling Along. I could be close to finishing Realm of the Elderlings if I would have joined them, but nope, I didn't because of TBR projects, and now I have to find my own moment in time to read these books, which currently is not happening. I know, yeah, you definitely do. I know the feeling of joining too many read alongs and book clubs at the same month. Did I learn anything? Nope. I still try to join as many as I can. I mean, it's fun, of course. Yeah, now the other cat is licking her butts. It's fun, of course. Yeah, sure. For me, it just creates too much anxiety because then I just put too much pressure on myself. I need to read. I need to read this. The sequel to The Unspoken Name isn't out until February. Sad panda. But it's the paperback, right? It is actually out, but it's just because you're waiting for the paperback, right? But is it a duology or will it be a trilogy? Because maybe we need to wait even longer in the end. Judith Jones joins all the things and has exceptional knowledge of all the booktube things, lol. I would know nothing without you. True, Judith knows about all the read-alongs happening, all the read-alongs and stuff like that. She has the ins and outs. I guess we have the big TBR Zero book haul episode to look forward to soon. Yeah, so probably tomorrow I will upload my wrap up because I just edited that one. And then the next one, so on Tuesday probably, will be the book haul. And then I think the mid-year book tag, but I still need to film it. So but I've already like scheduled out. I think the next one should be my Lisbon vlog. So yeah, I've scheduled out the months of July and August. But I do also want to maybe film some individual book reviews, and I don't have spots for those. Yes, 1 a month sounds ideal with a palate cleanser in between. Exactly. Um, I don't want my reading month to be too full, you know, because chunky fantasies take so much time. Yeah, are you waiting for the paperback? I think so, right? If I take too long between books, then I want to restart the series, which I never seem to do, which is why I have so many unread books in my library. But yeah, I mean, it is more of a commitment to some extent because, like, oh, now I have to reread that one, whereas I had already read it, which Jess is doing now. She's rereading The Dragon Republic in order to get to The Burning Gods. I have like 6 read-alongs this month. Wow. They're all for like book clubs, or they're also like like elderling along, like longer projects that certain people are doing. I kind of want to do a read-along for King's Dark Tidings by Cal Cates, but I don't know because then I'm also fixed to that schedule, you know. It's not just that it will be fun to have this reading experience with many people, but I would also have to stick to that schedule at that point in time. So I don't know yet. The new book is coming out in September, so in any case, starting this makes no sense at this point in time, but Yes, Jess, I'm a paperback boy. The sprayed edges on the broken binding is truly astonishing, but I don't do hardback books. I have a few hardbacks that I got now, so we will see, because in general, I also really love paperbacks a lot more than I love hardbacks. And it's been a long time, I feel like, since I read from a hardback book, so we'll see how I get along. I don't know if you have scripts, but it is on there for me. The sequel to The Unspoken Name, I'm guessing we're talking about. Is The Unspoken Name on there? But that also really depends from country to country, these things. The Unspoken Name. Yeah, The Unspoken Name is on there, so I'm guessing indeed the sequel will also be on there. But yeah, I have The Unspoken Name, so for me, in any case, that doesn't really matter. But indeed, if you have scripts, Tufty, then this could be a nice way to already read it, and then wait and then buy the paperback once it's available. That's my impression of all booktubers, Judith, all the read-alongs. A lot of them do a lot of read-alongs, but there's plenty of people who also don't have the time for it. I too prefer paperbacks, but I got the first one hardcover for cheap. Yeah, I now, like, the Final Strife, for example, only existed in hardcover at this point in time, so I have the hardcover for that. I think The Unspoken Name is a duology. Okay, so we just have two to get through, and then we're rounded out. I follow lots of people, so yes, I do know a lot of booktube stuff. But you also remember it. I follow lots of people, but when they mention read-alongs, unless everybody's talking about them, like the Magical Readathon, for example, it kind of go like, I'll go like, interesting, but I don't do anything with that. Calcade is another author you introduced me to that I need to keep up with. Well, keep up with to some extent. Now she's coming out with quite a lot this year. So she already came out with a second book in the Shroud of Prophecy, a prequel to King's Dark Tidings, and then in September the fifth book in King's Dark Tidings is coming out. But I think for the fifth book in King's Dark Tidings, we waited for like 5 years maybe. So I don't know whether she's going to be more regular again now, or not. I don't know. I think the delay in part was because of querying and becoming traditionally published for Shroud of Prophecy. But if she's gonna have another one of those delays, then you can easily keep up. Mainly Patreon clubs, yeah. You join a lot of patrons. Then I just have the two, and neither one of them has a book club. Like Sasha has the occasional book club on the Patreon side of things. I get so many recommendations from BookTube that I really want to. Wait. What? My brain. I get so many recommendations from BookTube that I really want to action the top tips so I can feed back to the tuber what I thought while okay, I understand the sentiment here. So I'm thinking like that you're saying you want to buy it immediately so that you can like give credit to the person who recommended it to you, right? But for some reason my brain is not understanding this sentence. And this really makes me think, because in my June wrap-up I will talk about how I DNF'd the book because I felt like it wasn't written in English. So maybe there's a problem with my English. I'm so glad I reread Poppy War and Dragon Republic. I thought I remembered a lot, but I really didn't. I didn't reread Poppy War going into Dragon Republic. And some things were like, I had kind of forgotten some things about the ending to the Poppy War. Not a big thing, but while reading the Dragon Republic, eventually things were made clear. I'm guessing. I don't think I forgot like anything major. Hope so. Not a script member. Isn't that like, yeah, it is more or less the same. They have like a much bigger catalog, so you pay a certain fee and then you have access supposedly unlimited for the month, but in reality, if you listen to like, I don't know, 3 really popular audiobooks. From that moment on, you'll only have access to their sort of like less popular catalog for the rest of the month, and then it starts over again. But there are a lot of audiobooks that are Audible exclusive, so you won't find every single audiobook you might be interested in on script. So from time to time, it might happen that you don't. So for example, there are times in which I have struggled with physically reading a book, Greenbone Saga, for example. And so I wanted the audiobook, and then I had to get it on script, on Audible, because it wasn't on scripts. But as Jess rightly points out, script has all the murder bots and other stuff too, I suppose. Jess is a major promoter of the Murder Boss series. Anybody who knows her will definitely at some point be recommended to read this. I have read the first one, but I still need to continue. My next read on Kindle changes on a weekly basis depending on who recommended what. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, you requested it, so I will be filming my priority fantasy updates at some point. And some are the same as they were 6 months ago, but others have really completely shifted, because you're constantly hearing about new series that you're excited about, and then what you want to prioritize or what you're most excited about also shifts as a result. I want to read the recommendation ASAP is what I mean. Native English speaker here, embarrassed at my strange mix of words. No problem. My typing also does not always suggest I am a native speaker either. This year I've canceled 3 magazine subscriptions and replaced them with Patreon subscriptions, so I've not saved any money there. Yeah, I mean, I really need to go through stuff as well. Like, I think I already canceled a TV subscription, like starting up a free subscription and then getting roped into the paid one because I forgot to cancel it in time. And then my Audible, for some reason, charged me again. So I guess I only paused it for a while, I guess. But so now I have a plan. So I used my credit to buy the prequel to the King's Dark Tidings series, because the audiobooks really are superior. And then next month I'm going to use my credits to pre-order the 5th one in that series. And then I'll just pause it again, I guess, until I've listened to those books. I find it unclear, if you cancel it, do you still have access to your library? Can you still listen to the books that you already paid for with your credits? Pushing the Murderbot agenda, always, yes, always. Also, I'm really excited for Summer Wee next week, but that is like scary books for summer, right? Because I don't read a lot of horror. I have one, but it's for a secret TBR project that I won't be doing. I don't think I have any other horror, but I might get a new T. Kingfisher, which is coming out next week, I want to say. I went to the bookstore today to get Life Ceremony by Sayaka Murata, which is not horror, but it came out on the 5th and they still didn't have it. So great living in Belgium, you know. I'm trying really hard to get myself back to reading the book series that made me commit to reading more fantasy in 2022, but I'm also failing miserably. So many books. Which series are we talking about? Murderbot is Chef's Kiss. It is my happy place. Yes, any thriller or horror for summer reading indeed. Yeah, thriller I don't like reading, so it would have to be horror, and yeah, I don't have any. I also don't. I have one, I guess. It's cosmic horror, but I'm reading it this month. Wait, when was it? What did you say? Next week. So I can read that one. The Murderbot novellas are quite expensive, so I've not got to that one yet. The Calcade ones are so expensive. So, like, the second book in Shroud of Prophecy is 26 euros. But the prequel to King's Dark Tidings is 36 euros, which is way too expensive. And that's the same for like the first book in the series and then onwards. I mean, they are self-published, so I don't know whether that's the reason for it. They are self-published hardcovers, but it's so much money. 36 euros per book is like, what? So maybe one day, but I will hang on to my audiobooks now, which is such a shame because I was so excited that they were gonna be published physically, because I was like, oh yeah, I want these books physically on my shelves, but like 36 euros? Really? I accumulated so many books since I discovered BookTube. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's part of why I did the TBR Zero project. Like, not fully, but my book buying rate definitely increased a whole lot once I discovered BookTube. And then I had a huge backlog before that already. So that's when I was like, I'm buying all these new books that I'm super excited about now, but I'm neglecting everything that I owned prior to that. So that's how originally the idea originated, to tackle the backlog. Ugh, they really are. Like the Wayward Children books. I guess they charge so much because they know a lot of us will pay it. Guessing. Apparently, like the novella The Jade Setter of Jan Loon, which is a novella in the Green Bone saga, apparently that was also super expensive. And I can understand that they might be like, relatively speaking, expensive, that they might not be that much cheaper than a full-length book, but these are even more expensive sometimes than full-length books, which just doesn't make any sense to me. I've only heard of it through other people who are taking part in it. I don't know who's the creator behind it, but it's probably somebody who is a murder mystery booktuber, a thriller or mystery booktuber, which I don't tend to follow because I don't like reading thrillers. I thought about pre-ordering What Moves the Dead for Kindle or a physical copy, but damn, I'll just hope the library gets it. That is the new T. Kingfisher? Is that? It has. I just remember that it has like a rabbit on the cover. Submarine is Readathon of Gabby Reads and Olivia. I do have Olivia Reads a lot. I must not have seen some of her more recent videos. No, I'm confused with Olivia Reads Salazzi is not from Olivia's Catastrophe, right? No, okay, so no, I don't follow Olivia Reads Salazzi. The self-published titles seem to be twice the price of traditionally published books. Yeah, I mean, I understand that they need to, make a cut, but still, 36 euros for a hardcover is just like really, really expensive. I don't think, like, I paid that, not even that much for S, which is like multimedia, so will have a lot of production costs. Hey Rosie, how was the coffee? And the subway, right? Welcome back. Hello Kitty as well, yes. So she is enjoying the cooling blankets so that she can stay at a decent heat. We've already been treated to some butt licking from both of my cats, so it's been a fun time. I'm listening to the Psalm for the Wild Build, and it's so good so far. This is definitely one that I want to read. I kind of want to do a reading vlog at some point in which I'm like reading sci-fi books that I think will make me fall in love with the genre, and either a Psalm for the Wild Build or A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet by Becky Chambers will potentially be on there, because I hear that they're sort of like more cozy sci-fi, so I think that might really work for me. But I think I heard, was it Emily from Books with Emily who was disappointed in the sequel, which I did not see coming. I used to only buy books in January, well, when all the best books of previous year lists got published. Since I got into BookTube, oh dear, oh dear. Well, you can also wait until you get to the best books of the year videos, but yeah, there's a lot of influence to be gained on BookTube. Like, I stopped watching haul videos during my Zero TBR project because it was just too much FOMO. I was constantly, ooh, ooh, oh, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. And recently I went through like my want to read list on Goodreads, and I just removed a ton of stuff that I didn't remember anymore. I know that most likely I added it when watching some sort of a BookTube video, but and that I would probably have an interest in it if I checked the premise. But I was like, no, 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 you don't remember it now? Fine, so just remove it from that list. Yeah, the new Kingfisher. Okay, under 200 pages should not be so expensive. Exactly, like. Jesus, they're getting quite some cut out of that. I mean, relatively speaking, of course, the hardcover itself will be like the cover itself will be just as costly, but it should not be the case that it's more expensive than a big book would be. For that money, it should be a signed and illustrated special edition. Exactly, there are signed and special editions that cost less than this one hardcover does. Seriously. Yes, the Starbucks and Subway were delicious. I once ordered Starbucks here, but like the delivery cost is like the same cost as a coffee or something like that. So it is a little bit ridiculous. Plus, it actually is only like 15 minutes walk from me, so I could just go there. I was just really lazy that day. Becky Chambers. I thought I knew the title. Yeah. Yeah, I want to check out her sci-fi. I think it would be like really right up my alley. I also want to read Song for a Wild Build because I also loved A Long Way to Small Angry Planets. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good. Because I think she was talking about that one. And or was it the other series? No, I think it was G who was disappointed with one of the Wayfarers books, and I think it was Emily who mentioned being disappointed in the sequel of Song for the Wild Build. I loved Long Way to a Small Angry Planet, but the sequels felt meh to me. Okay. To Be Thought If Fortunate was amazing. That's a standalone, right? Um, yeah, I still need to check them out. My want to read list is my Amazon wish list. No, because then I could absolutely not share my wish list anymore. I mean, I've only started sharing it end of June, more or less, but it needs to stay super small so that if somebody gives me something, it does not lead to a super long physical TBR anymore. But my Goodreads is my most, like, that's the closest to being my want to read list because I do have like wish lists on every single platform. I have one on Book Depository, on Bowl, on Amazon, and there's no rhyme or reason to which books I've added on which wish list. So it makes no sense to me. So I need to rely on my Goodreads want to read. I have chocolate buttons beside me. That does not surprise me. Because it was World Chocolate Day, right? Somewhere this week. I've only read A Long Way by Becky Chambers. Yeah, no, it's something that I still need to do because sci-fi, I have not read a ton of sci-fi. I am going to be reading Project Hail Mary next month for the Howling Pack. So that will be my first Andy Weir. I was probably going to read The Martian first, but yeah, this is just a perfect opportunity to pick up Project Hail Mary. So I'm very interested to see, but I have already seen the movie of The Martian, for example, and I do know that I like that humor a whole lot. I put books that are not out yet on my want to read list so I can remember. My want to read list is a problem, but I've gotten it down. So it was at 500 again. I've gotten it down back to like 425 or something. But it needs to go down a lot more. I can remember probably before Zero TBR project, I was trying to keep it under 200, and now we're like approaching the dangerous 500 mark. My wait, yeah, okay. My Goodreads want to read list is my actual physical to be read list. Yeah, I have a tag for it. So TBR owned is the tag that I put on the want to read books that I actually physically own as well. But it is a lot more easier to have it just as your want to read list. Red Rising is amazing for sci-fi. Yeah, but it's like I know it's like one series in principle, but the sequel series is the same series, right? So it's like a commitment. I adore Red Rising so much. Yeah, I think when like I still have memories from when I was a teacher, so that's like a long time ago, maybe 8 years or so ago, that another teacher in the sort of like in the teacher room, he was reading maybe the first one or so of the sequel trilogy, and that's the first time that I found out about this series. So it's been on my radar for a very long time. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'm a patron for Becca as well, so Becca absolutely loves the Red Rising series. I saw he's announcing something later in the month about the book he may or may not be writing. All these announcements. I don't actually follow a lot of authors. Um, Maybe I should, but then so I'm starting to do it from time to time. But then I also kind of just want to be surprised and don't want to hear about the same book coming out like in like 12 months before it's actually there. Um, but though I would not mind hearing something about the progress J.R.R. Martin is having with his books, for example. I have read Rising, but haven't read it yet. Soon, in the next few years, maybe, hopefully. That's us all the time. He has a really cute dog, so sometimes I check his Instagram. Lol. Stalker, stalker. But yeah, I think we should go for another sprint. I'll still do this one as a 40-minute sprint, and then we can do a little bit more of a chatty bit, and then just do a short one to round things off. A short one of maybe like 20 minutes or something like that. Will depend how long we're talking. But so yeah, I'll set up another timer for the final long sprint. I'll just read his final comments here. I used to only follow authors that I'd actually read, but I'm nowadays following authors that I've bought books by, even if I haven't read them yet. There's just too many authors. Like, I used to not care about authors, so that's also why I wasn't following authors at all. And so now I'm following a few just because I want to like immediately hear about their books. But it's just a select few, and it also doesn't necessarily link up to my favorite authors or something like that. It's just randomly that I follow some and some I don't. And so yes, I need to put the timer on because somebody is indeed being very chatty, is saying I need attention. So I'm gonna do it without saying these things out loud for once. So let's restart that, and always with that announcement video. I mean, with that announcement tune again. So, 3, 2, 1, here we go. So, how did we all do? I comforted some of my cats. And of course, I listened some more to Book of Nights, which, it's actually interesting. It's told in like dual timeline, and I'm interested in what are the two timelines mainly. So sometimes it's like, ugh, I don't feel like it anymore. And then we get to the other timeline. I'm like, okay, yeah, I do want to read more of it still. So hopefully, like both timelines will interest me more so that, it's not like otherwise it's just going to be disappointing, if I'm constantly going to be struggling with one of the two timelines. Yes, that we already saw. So, yeah, thanks, Buff. Ominous, ambiguous quotes. As a piece of magic, it's sickeningly good. A gigantic curse word, murmured. Dum dum dum. Yeah, this one over here is not happy with me being here because she usually sits on my lap, but I have like the desk chairs that are like tilted, so she doesn't like to sit on my desk on my lap when I'm on this chair, and so she's like, excuse me, go back to the sofa where I can just sit on you the entire time and ruin your clothing. Yes. Back indoors, too dark to read outside. Yeah, of course. That's starting to become a problem at this point here. It's definitely very dark, so you would indeed not see anything outside anymore. 19 pages of the ninth rain. So, how far are you already now? You must be a big chunk further already at this point. I'm getting much closer to where I'm supposed to be in this book by now. Wait, you were reading. You were reading. Good question. You were reading something for a buddy. Children of Ruin. Yeah. Hi, Buffy's Tale. Yes. Faith ended up moving away. She's probably in the living room enjoying the quiet. 40 pages. I hope to reach the halfway point tonight. I have 85 pages left. So, yeah, I will still do one short sprint after this one. I'm thinking like 20 minutes or something like that, but definitely let me know if you want a different time. So, I would say that that's probably not going to happen within that sprint, but obviously, you can, of course, continue on reading after that. And indeed, Children of Ruin for me. So yeah, I am unsure yet what I'm gonna be picking up next because I kind of feel like I am on a roll with Book of Nights, but I don't know whether I'm gonna keep it as a main book. But I do also have that secret book still that I want to read. And then I have that horror book that I can do for summer read next week. So maybe that's going to be like, maybe I already have my plan now for my next reading, but not that I should have a plan. I'm always telling myself that, like, stop planning your reading, just enjoy what you're reading, but it always ends up happening naturally. But yeah, I already want to indicate that I'm already really enjoying sprinting. I don't think I'm gonna do it like super regularly, like not every week or something like that. But if I end up doing the crazy challenging ID that I got for the month of August, then there might be a week of a lot of sprinting that I would do for that. I'm approximately halfway through Unspoken Name, but would like to be further on. I mean, you still have quite a lot of time, right? To get through it. Why is this hair in this very weird angle? So it's like the ninth of the month, and you're already close to halfway through, so you can definitely make it by the live show. But yeah, maybe you want to get there earlier. Yes, I read a lot. I'm almost at page 200. Yeah, nice. 20 is good here, then I go to booktube time. 20 is good here. I'm afraid I'm not following. Again, wait. Children of Ruin was another great read. You're already up to date with that series. You like secret TBRs. Well, I kind of want to do like I'm not sure it's not gonna happen every month probably, but I kind of want to do like themed vlogs, and I kind of want to keep the theme like somewhat a secret until the last minute until it's actually there. So that's why I say I like secret TBRs, because if you have the titles, you might be able to guess it, though I don't think so. But I also want to read Children of Ruins, so because Children of Time was so good. Yeah, soon. Okay. I barely started present one, haha, but I'm really enjoying it. Present one is like a division of the book, or am I not following? I'd like to cram another chunker in this month if possible. Yeah, I understand. For this month, I basically am kind of like, okay, let's just see what this month brings. Let's just try and pick up what we want when we want to pick it up, and not focus too much on what I should be reading. But as I indicated earlier, I still have those 3 read-alongs. So part of me kind of wants to do them early, just so that I have them out of the way in that sense, and so I don't need to like stress about them or keep them in mind. But on the other hand, then my memory is like, okay, no, I want to do them as close as possible to the live show. But if I'm gonna do my crazy August plan, it is actually best to get as much reading done this month as possible. But yeah, we'll see. Being nice and vague here. There are four there. Why did I read? I know there's the 4. There are sections for past and present, maybe 4 each. I forget. Okay. Interesting. So it's also like dual timeline then. I do generally like dual timeline. It's just that in my opinion, there are more interesting stuff happening in the present timeline now than in the past timeline. But maybe as I get further into the book, I will start to be more intrigued by the past timeline. I mean, there's already an interesting correlation or like link between the past and the present that has been introduced now. Clearly, Marta is the one who decided how much to read and for when, lol. I don't know, is she a much quicker reader? I don't really have a gauge on you guys' reading speed. I just know that Larissa's is always like way bigger than mine. These Saturday evening sprints fit well into the summer weekend schedule. I've been outside since 9 a.m. 9 a.m., Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I live in the middle of a city center, so I would need to sit outside in the park, and that's just like a little bit less convenient, then I have to like bring a bag with stuff in it and then go back to like refill a drink and stuff like that. So it's just a little bit less convenient, especially since it is a Saturday, so construction crews are still working today. But maybe tomorrow I can sit like on my balcony. It does not have sun, which is actually ideal, because then I can actually also survive my day there, and that would actually be nice, just sitting out there. Fate also really likes being able to sit out on the balcony, so if I'm going to be spending my full day there, then she probably also will spend her day there. So yeah, that's, to me, sounds like it's a good plan. You're bringing me some good ideas. But today I had to I spent, yeah, let's see, here we go. So today, the reason why I spent almost no time outside is that I went to the city center to get my webcam. I went to the grocery store because I've been surviving off of leftovers an entire week. And then I had to import my footage and edit my footage. And so tomorrow I should film and edit another video, schedule a video, upload a video, do a whole lot of that. But maybe I should try to like set my alarm clock quite early, and then get an early start. But evening me says that and morning me disagrees. Probably I'm the fastest reader now since I'm still unemployed. That's kind of nice, but in sense of like, it's kind of nice that you have the time, And I sometimes wish, like, oh, if I were unemployed, I'd have all the time in the world. But of course, it isn't fun at all because you don't know, you want to have money coming in again. And so the ideal for that was like when I was a teacher and I would know, like, okay, for 2 months now, I don't have anything to do. I cannot do anything because it's just like there is no teaching good jobs at the moment at this point in time. So it really was 2 months off. Whereas if you're unemployed for 2 months, that's not a 2 month holiday. That's a 2 month period in which you're constantly looking for something new and going on job interviews and things like that. So sometimes I'm like, that would be the life, but in reality, it absolutely is not. So getting 2 months off of work, that would be a nice situation, but I don't think that is ever going to happen. I need to be assigned pages for a buddy read, or I'll either read the whole book in a few days or just never start it. Right. Yeah. I mean, me and Sarah from Voyaging Words, we are tentatively buddy reading something, but I think both of us have been slacking on reaching out to one another to see, like, are we actually going to be doing that or not? So clearly, we will see whether it happens. I actually already started the book, but I am like 8 pages in, so it's really nothing to write home about. I have 24 books on my TBR for this month. We will see how far I'll get. I read 4 books so far. Yeah, you're a little bit behind on that, but that also depends on like the size of the books that you're reading now versus like all the sizes that are on there. But 24 books, that would stress me out immensely. Like, I think the most I've ever done in a month will be like 15 probably, or something like that, and those will have been like romance novels, like 300-page romance novels that I can just like fly through. Yeah, 24 for a month, indeed. I mean, there are more excessive numbers that you see, and of course, because I read so slow, I just cannot imagine a number like that, because even if I had all the time in the world, I don't think I can read 24 in a month. When I was a teacher, we had the option to spread out our paycheck for the whole world. Well, that's also the case here. So, I mean, you're kind of like unemployed for those 2 months, but you get like, I don't fully remember, but I think like part of your paycheck is withheld. Like part of your what would be your full pay per month is kind of withheld during the year, so that you're compensated in the 2 months in which it's summer holiday, if I remember correctly, because I only spent 2 summers like that, so I don't fully remember anymore, but I think it's something like that. So you don't have no money coming in those 2 months neither. It really is like a holiday. Yeah, but I like some wiggle room. Yeah. Larissa is a reading machine. Already hit a Goodreads goal a while ago. Yeah, it seems like it was a while ago. Lol, remembering is tricky. You always say that, but then you always surprise yourself with your good memory. I am behind. No, I am absolutely not behind on my Goodreads goal, but I consider myself behind because last year and the year before that, I'd already hit it at this point in time. So the past 2 years, I hit the 52 mark before we landed on the middle of the year, and now I still need to get there. And so for some reason, my damn brain is now like, you're behind, whereas I don't have a particular goal. It is okay if it were to stay, even if it were to be like 52 books. Prior to BookTube, I hadn't done that. Prior to BookTube, the most I'd done in a year was 75. And I remember that being a hell of a year. And now I do it all the time. So, definitely more reading getting done thanks to BookTube. Yes, I did reach my goal last month. Congratulations. Has your reading speed increased over time? Mine has stayed the same for years. I do not think that my reading speed has changed at all. What I think is just that I make more time for it. When I was studying, when I was in high school, when like those are the periods and times in which I was kind of challenging myself to increase my Goodreads goal. And at that point in time, it was like 35 was like, oh yeah, I can definitely do that, and then 50 was a bit of a stretch, and then 75 was crazy. But that was also time in which I was still doing dance as well. So I was like 8 hours a week. I had dance class, for example. And aside from that, I was watching a whole lot of movies. I was spending way more time watching movies and TV than I do now. So nowadays, the reason why I get to such a high book count in a year, which is still very reasonable book counts compared to a lot of people on BookTube, is just because I don't have those hobbies anymore, and I don't spend a lot of time. I don't have TV subscription anymore. I barely use the Netflix or Disney access that I have through my sister. So most of my time just goes into either BookTube and reading. And so, yeah, I don't think that I've gotten faster at reading. What does make it faster is audiobooks. If I listen to audiobooks, I can listen quicker than I read. Um, but yeah, I also don't constantly listen to audiobooks, for example. But yeah, I often see this as a sort of like tip from fast readers, like the more you read, the faster you'll read. I do not have that impression at all. A last month feels like a while ago to me, lol. Yeah, this is gonna be in my mid-year book freakout tag, but for me it feels like a different year. I feel like my year ended the moment that I reached your TBR, and this is a new year that has started for me. So the mid-year book freakout tag for me is like, what? I'm not freaking out about the year being half done. For me, it's just getting started. Definitely has increased for me. See, I mean, I'm definitely I'm definitely assuming that those people who give that tip, that is a reality for them, but sadly for me, no. But my main problem is also focus. My brain easily puts distractions in there, and so I also struggle to read for a very long time, for example. So it does not get faster because I still am easily distracted. I need to constantly like put my like kind of force my concentration back and be like, no, stop thinking about what you're gonna have for dinner tonight. Let's just keep on reading. I am perfectly on schedule for my average reading year, 34 books for the year and 17 read so far. Yeah, 34 is definitely more or less where I was when I was balancing my hobbies a lot better. I used to reread a lot more before I started watching BookTube. Yeah, I reread. I will have a video. I feel like I'm constantly just mentioning videos that I'm gonna do. This is not me plugging my channel every 5 seconds, but I will be filming a reread TBR. I do rereads, but not as much as I would like to, I feel like. So I think I reread a lot more, and definitely what I used to do a whole lot was like rereading passages. There are like certain passages in a book that I really like the ending of a certain book, for example, or like a particular impactful scene, and I would reread those without rereading the entire book. And that I never do anymore. Now I'm always like just reading new stuff, and then sometimes I do a reread, but mainly when it's a book for which a new one is going to come out. And so I'm really happy that with the winter pack we're going to do the read along for his Dark Materials, because that's a reread for me completely. I have already read them like over a decade ago. I mean, I read them when I was a teenager, so over 2 decades ago. So I'm very much looking forward to rereading those because I don't remember a whole lot except about the first one. I'm halfway my goal of 200, I believe. I also count some picture books I read with my son. Yeah, that's very nice to get to share those experiences together. And they definitely count, you're putting in the work. Do you think you'll stay on top of your TBR now you've been through the long slog of clearing it? It sounded a bit painful towards the end there. It definitely was a bit painful. Like in Dutch, we say the laatste loodjes zijn het zwaarst. So like the end is always the most difficult, and that definitely was the case. That it definitely just became, the ending of it was the end of a long, long, long project, and then the end of a long period in which you're very much focused on that. And definitely towards that end, it was difficult because I was starting to think forward. I was, my brain was already in that post TBR zero stage where like I had to kind of go like, no, 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 you're not there yet. You still need to make it happen. You still need to read those final books. But I think I will be fine staying on top of my TBR. Um, I, I, it's linked to a secret, but I will be fine, I think. So at this point in time, we are at 23. And I have already been kind of thinking like, okay, that's enough for now. The one thing that I might still want to buy this month is Life Ceremony, as I said, and then that T. Kingfisher book that is coming out. But I don't think I have any other July um, releases that I cannot wait for, So I think I'm fine. I am Project Hail Mary, but I don't know whether I'm gonna buy it or whether I don't know whether it's on script or something, so I still need to check. That one I don't need to physically own, so if I find another way, then I'll do it like that. Although I'm always rereading Murder Bots. Yeah, I need to continue on with that. I think I have a pretty good memory of what happened in the first one, but they're also so short that I might as well reread it. I set my Goodreads goal to 100 every year. It's an easy, achievable goal for me and a nice round number. Last year I read 240 books. Yeah, I think 100, I've set it there once and I can, but then I'm more then it's there will be times throughout the years in which Goodreads is telling me that I'm behind and I just don't enjoy that. 240, yeah. It's just insane. But there are people who have like over 300 and stuff like that. And sure, there are like more manga and stuff like that maybe included in that. But even then, it's not like they're only reading that, for example. And even if they were only reading that 300, I read 136 last year. Yeah, I don't remember what the most was that I did, but it was somewhere in the 100, but I don't remember. There's always another secret, Tufty. But actually, this is, yeah, never mind. So secretive. Yeah, and I am so bad with secrets. I constantly am talking about secrets, but I don't like keeping secrets. So I always feel the need to share. Um, that's why I already shared a potential readathon ID with you guys, because I cannot just keep it to myself all the time. I reread the audiobook of Coraline. I reread the audiobook of Coraline every year. I've never read that, but I don't have a good track record with Neil Gaiman. And I say that having only read one Neil Gaiman. But I kind of know what writing style I like, and Neil Gaiman's writing style is not the writing style for me. The key is to not buy more bookshelves if you run out of room, lol. That's when I'm like, okay, time to read things I already own. Well, the problem is that I still have quite a lot of room on my bookshelves, and that I have no problem getting rid of books when I know that they're just like okay or good, but they're like not great or not something that I will want to reread or have like nostalgia for. I can easily see myself getting rid of even more of what is on my shelves at the moment. 34. I'm chuckling at my poor score. It is not a poor score at all. You know how many people in my direct environment are complaining about how these days they're not even getting a single book read in a year's time? 34, they would absolutely be super jealous of that. There's always another seekers. I see what you did there. Of course, always. I ran out of space on my bookshelves and now I own 8 TBR cards. Well, I actually have a TBR card on the way because I I am going to separate my TBR from the rest of my books on my bookcases now. And that is also mainly to contain my TBR. It should not overgrow the size of my TBR card. So that's why I decided to separate them so that it's more visual for me and so that I kind of can see like, whoa, I already have more than enough. Tufty, there is no such thing as a poor score. Numbers are not important. What is important is that you are having fun. Exactly. I mean, Sarah van Voytjen Words, for example, she had a goal this year to read less because she was feeling like she was reading so much that she wasn't getting as much out of it. And that definitely was the case when I got to 100. I don't know how much anymore, that I felt like I had gotten there because I'd spent every waking second reading, and that, because of my slow reading pace, that was the only way I could get that number done. And then that just wasn't worth it for me. And so everybody makes their own balance of how much you can read in a certain period of time and how much time you are willing to give to it. And there is no such thing as reading only this amount of books. I have one library room full of bookshelves. Jealous. When it's full, that's it. I have to start double stacking. Yeah, I did used to double stack, but then I got like a whoops. Thanks you hair. But then I got like a new bookcase, and then I also unhauled so much stuff. I still have books from my childhood in my library. I do as well. I also still have the turf books in there because I cannot. Part of me cannot part with them because of the fact that they were such a big part of my childhood. I went from reading 12 books a year to around 100, so don't mind the numbers, just enjoy the reading. Exactly. There were times in which I was reading 12 books a year, and I'm pretty sure that I was happy reading those 12, just as well as I am happy now reading however many I'm reading now. At this point in time, I'm pretty okay with not looking at the numbers anymore. I'm always happy to reach 100, but I don't mind. I think last year I got to 100, and that was one where I was like, I ended up on 99, like the day before the 31st. And I was like, okay, I cannot end the year on 99. It needs to be 110, but otherwise it would have been perfectly fine. So Project Zero TBR becomes Project TBR card. Yeah, it's going to be something like balancing the books. Emma from Drinking by My Shelf, she has this sort of project which is balancing the books. And it kind of is like my TBR Zero project, where every month she kind of goes through what she's added to the TBR card, what she's removed, and then it's supposed to stay balanced. She's supposed to, like not buy more than that she's reading. For me, it's in the similar vein, but it's more going to be like I want to stay under a certain number, and then I'll have like danger levels that indicate like warning, you're about to get too many books and need to make sure that you're reading more or something like that. I think I'm more proud of myself when I read some big books than if I read twice as many shorter ones. Yeah, definitely. I like to read a mix of fantasy and literary fiction and translated fiction. And then I just have the added bonus that, fantasy is long and literary fiction and translated tends to be shorter. I like setting it at 100 so I don't have to do maths to figure out my progress or percentage. Fair enough. If you consider reading as a hobby, you are a reader. Doesn't matter how much you read. Exactly. Reading is my oldest hobby since childhood. Yeah, I'm a late bloomer in that regards, but like I became a reader around 10 or 11 or whatever. Danger levels like red alert, proximity detectors, shield integrity. It will not be as exciting as all of that. It will just be, I don't know, me saying, oops, you have reached 30 books. You need to make sure that you don't get to 40 or something like that. I still haven't worked out how I'm gonna what the thresholds are gonna be. But okay, I think it's time to do our final sprint. So I'm gonna set it up for a sprint of 20 minutes. So we have a shorter one to end things on. And then we can do like a very short chat at the end. And then it is time for me to go to sleep because I have been not awake for a very long time, but since I went to bed at 3 last night, I definitely was super tired earlier today. Sprints have woken me up, but I'm sure that the moment I hit the bed, it's going to be lights out pretty much instantly. But so, sharing for a final time. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. So, how did we all do? I am about a quarter of the way into my book now, normally. I mean, I don't get specific numbers on, but like I have 6.5 hours to go now, and it's like more or less around the quarter of the way mark. So, pretty decent progress for tonight, considering I started it only today. So, it's just the time in which I was cooking plus the time in which we have been sprinting. I have been live for about 5 hours as well, so very happy with this first public sprint. Where were we? Okay, so here I might disappear for dinner before you come back. So if I miss it, thank you for doing sprints. Give the floofs a hug for me. Yes, I will. No worries. That's my comment to that. Well, Buffy was really meowing in that point in time, as she always is, of course. Though now she is being her nice, quiet, and calm self. Ominous yet fake quote finale, the secret darkness in the deepest parts of the earth. Like it's that announcement bong makes me chuckle every time. It is actually pretty fun. Now I need to like prepare for next time and have these sort of like announcements to follow, like please note that passengers online, blah blah blah, those types of things, but then related to our reading. I read 20 pages. The good news is that I have one chapter left to reach the halfway point. The bad news is that chapter is 60 pages. Well, it's a hop. Do you close your eyes and listen to your book? No, not today. I did that earlier today, and then I just felt like I was falling asleep. But usually I don't. Usually I play like a game on my phone during. So I have a few games that I play that way. So like I have something called Zen Match, which I really enjoy. That I usually start with that one, but then like when my lives are gone, I need to play something else, and so I kind of go through like fate hair all around here. I go to a few through a few games like that usually, or I combine it with something like making a puzzle or something like that. I actually received a coloring book, a cat coloring book for my birthday, so I could have combined it with this, but that might be a good idea for tomorrow. Though I think tomorrow I'm gonna move back to the secret book. I read 10 pages of The Ninth Rain. Thank you for the sprints. They were fun. Pack sprints. Indeed, they were extended pack sprints because Tufty is definitely part of my pack. And he's definitely part of the Howling pack as well, you know. But very happy to have you guys here with me. I really enjoyed our chatty bits. They flew by. And I understand why it's sometimes difficult to make ourselves read because we spend so much of our time chatting away. And they did mention dragons and winged wolves. I really hope they'll appear in the series. Yeah, like on the front, but it's maybe more like a griffin on the front than a dragon. It is something like, yeah, it's probably a griffin. Thank you so much for the sprints. You're doing amazing. Thank you. Newbie member reporting for duty. Very much appreciated. But so with that, I'm going to be rounding off these sprints. Thank you very much for being there for my very first public sprints. And me and the cats wish you all a very nice and pleasant evening. And good luck to Larissa. Hope you still have the time to finish that final chapter. But so yeah, see you guys on another time. Bye bye.